Hello, welcome to Nomifactory episode, I forget the number already, 7, supposedly. Let's log in. Today I would like to do Platline, but before we get to Platline there is... Why is this red? This is red because there's two controllers on the network? Right? That's why those turn red? Where's the other ME controller? Anyways, I would like to do Platline today, but I would also... There's one more thing I think I want to do before we get around to Platline, and that is production of graphene. What is this? Rock breakers. Oh no, we are making... This is how we make black granite for our fluorine production. Yep. This is making fluorine. Alright, what was I saying? Right, we have to make graphene to make IV motors. So those are the two things I would like to do today. Every day I log in, there's like new things in the base. Liquid air, liquid nether air. And I assume this side is liquid ender air. No, these are... Oh yeah, I think this is all ender air components. Alright, cool. Other things that happened after the end of yesterday are... Oh, we've already seen that. Over here, there is now tungsten steel production. Aren't they glowing? Hello, coils. It's time to glow. There's tungsten steel, and tungsten carbide. And at some point, we'll have to expand this to include all the other tungsten variants, like the HSS high-speed steels. Alright. I also do want to upgrade the coils on our whatever wood benzene maker. That's what it is. I think we don't make wood tar nearly fast enough to keep our distillation towers active. Another thing I want to do when I have the chance is to upgrade our benzene into nitrobenzene. There's so much to do. There's never a shortage of things to do in GregTech. Alright, so in order, oh, also, we are now burning fuel in... Remember these giant pink engines? They're not spinning. Why aren't they spinning? These are large combustion engines, which burn the high-octane gasoline more efficiently. Converting EU to FE, and you are wait, why are you empty? You are not running. Hold on. Switch. Because you are not pointing the right way. Give you a bonk. Give you a output that way. Are you running now? 47%. I want to see that number go up. Actually, I guess if I just see the energy on this drain, right, we're okay? I guess we just don't have very much energy consumption. Converting EU to FE, and it's outputting the right way, yeah. But this one's draining. Why aren't you draining? Oh yeah, there's visible load. Oh, maybe the load's just not balanced. Yeah, immoral. There's enough power to go around on the net. We also have what? Why aren't you spinning? What happened to all my cool animations? We're gonna relog. I want my cool animations back. No, I guess my game's just broken. That sucks. Like these little fans spin, and it's really cool. We have a single steam turbine making distilled water. I don't think I've managed to con anyone into clicking the fan yet. I'm trying my best. I told, there's signs everywhere telling people to click it, and I'm not going to click it. Right, so let's start by making graphene and then we'll do Platline. So, what are these doing? Coal gas and coal tar distillation. Why are you stopped? Probably because we're out of coal gas? Which one of these is doing nether air? Liquid air, liquid nether air. Okay, we're out of coal gas. That is an acceptable reason to be stopped. So let's see how far we've gotten into graphene. I have pins for the manufacture of it all here, but I know Kevin went ahead and did some of it already. That's carbon fibers. Okay, so wait, is it done? It certainly does not look done. I think it lacks missing catalysts for... Okay, so it's missing the hydrogen peroxide catalysts, which is... hydrogen peroxide. I think it's this, right? 2-ethyl anthraquinone. We don't have to explicitly hydrate it in this pack, like we had to in NH. So yeah, we need to make this 2-ethyl those were my... To make that, we need a little bit of phthalactic anhydride. And to make phthalactic anhydride, we need lactic acid. So that's where things currently stand. Is there one labeled lactic acid? Doesn't look like it. Vinyl acetate, PVA, NAC. Nope. Okay. So I guess that's what these are for. Lactic acid is used for a couple other things too, right? That's used to make... This is a component of PBI. Okay. So yeah, I do have to make the lactic acid in volume. To do that, we will make use of this recipe. So potassium dichromate plus oxygen dimethylbenzene, and that just makes the lactic acid and water. Okay. The dimethylbenzene comes from distillation of wood tar. So this is part of our benzene distillation. We get it as a free byproduct. Poggers. So we just have to make potassium dichromate. And this looks like it's saltpeter and chromium trioxide, huh? In fact, I should pin this, and this one will pin the recipe for. And that's chrome plus oxygen. Okay, that's easy. So I need a chemical reactor for this. A chemical... how much saltpeter do I have? Saltpeter. I have a lot of ore. We'll just process it. What happens? What is its processing route? Is it siftable? It isn't. It gives potassium dust or salt as a byproduct. Okay. Sure. And that should... I think our ore processing is clean right now. Yeah, there's nothing in it. So I should flow through it real quick. I've had to add a bunch of pulverizers to it. Turns out the pulverizers were bottlenecking it a lot because a lot of things we process do this. You know, it pulverizes into like 80,000 pieces. I should see, do I care to slow wash this? What do we get from slow washing it? We get saltpeter dust, sure. I'll take an extra 1/3 yield. They pull with my frames feel fine. 60 FPS? I guess I have VSync on. I had view bobbing on, really? I didn't even realize. VSync off. 120 FPS. Oh, for now FPS is fine. Alright. Can we get some saltpeter through? And I think I have to whitelist this as a final product. Alright, so anyways, that's saltpeter taken care of. There's an easy one. And unpin that. This is chrome dust oxygen. How is our chrome situation? Chrome is in acceptable shape. Alright, we will task one of you to that then. Let's start from the bottom. Where is... Grab a new crafting terminal. I like having a lot of crafting terminals just everywhere I spend any meaningful amount of time. Alright, so to make this is item input, fluid input, energy input. Use a small input hatch and a small input bus. No, we do not have our first heart of the universe. In fact, we can use a smaller input bus. In fact, I can even use... I can even use a smallest input bus. And we will store that in a drawer of sorts. In fact, I only need a single stack. We'll make it a drawer with a downgrade. We're starting to reach the part of the pack now where I think it starts to differ significantly from base Nomifactory. Like, there's a lot of really interesting processing stuff coming up that's CEu exclusive. So we still have all of the nuclear craft processing, which is, I think, very similar to what it is in the base game. But we have all of Naquata processing, which I don't even know if there's a quest for. But there's a huge processing array, like sequence for that. There's Platline, Platinum Group processing. There's polybenzimizidole, probably imizidole, PBI. And then there's all the, like, wetware is way more complicated. Let's just take a look at. So remember how wetware in the base pack, well, you might not know, is it's basically just this recipe, except I think they're just basic SMD components, or maybe there were advanced SMDs. I don't remember. But like, this was an assembly line recipe, but now this is just a circuit assembler recipe. Sterilized growth medium, it was raw growth medium, so this step's the same. This one though, it was like mincemeat, salt, and water or something, right? Well, now it's mincemeat, salt, and calcium, and agar. And mutagen. Agar is like a 30-step process. It's gelatin. It's made from gelatin mix. Made from collagen, which is made from mincemeat and bone meal, or bones. And that's not the hard part. The hard part is this mutagen. Mutagen is enriched bacterial sludge, which requires californium-252, and regular bacterial sludge, which is bacteria, which is, yeah, it's a lot of steps. This is where the bacteria comes in, yep. And we have to irradiate our bacteria with californium. And this requires a sterile clean room. Like, oh boy, there's a lot going on here. And I think some of these assembly line recipes use some really interesting fluids. See if I can find some. Awakened draconium, that's somewhat interesting. I think this is just is this just a fusion one? I don't even know. Carnium. Helium-3, what? Okay, yeah. There's a lot going on here. Like, if this were base Nomifactory, I'd say we're probably more than halfway through the pack. No, I would not describe us as halfway through the pack. I would say we are less than a quarter of the way through the pack. Yeah, I guess that tarnium is some weird stuff I saw. Its processing line is also giga long and complicated. And I look forward to it. Because long, complicated processing lines are why we're here. Alright, so anyways, back to this chromium, try whatever. Chrome oxygen, alright. How were we doing these? It was input, input. Where's your output? Acetone and zine. Output, acetone, zine, and output in the back? No. What was that assembly line recipe that took 3 stacks of... It was probably one of the stabilized microminers. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. I mean, that's 24 UV field generators. Alright, fluid. For items, fluids. Is there an energy in you already? Energy. Wait, nope, that's not where you go. Energy. And you output an item. Output bus. Sure, MV. Actually, I went through the trouble to make 1 stack buffers, right? If I'm going to make 1 stack buffers, then we may as well use ULV buses. And doing this with applied energistics is way easier than without. There, as far as I know, is no ME input bus, no. No, we don't have that level of integration. one of you, and storage bus. But because we don't have channels, like I could just use, you know, dedicated devices for all these things. Pretty cool. Whoopsies, that's the item slot. Fluids go there. Items go here. Storage bus goes there. Oxygen goes in the not plasma. Let's go with the regular oxygen. Goes in there. Chrome goes in here. What do the stabilized microminers do? Yeah, they're unconsumed in the microminer mission. They can also do the, like, they get pristine matters, which can be turned into any of the outputs. So you don't have to run, like, there's 3 different missions. You don't have to run the 3 different missions. You just turn it into this and then into whichever mission you want it to be. They're the replacement for the creative tank for the end game of this. Alright, let's plug it in. Where's my conduit drop? Needs maintenance. We've begun just putting a stack of tape into every maintenance hatch. I think on average, each machine develops a maintenance issue in about 2 days of uptime. And that's like 2 days of active processing. So this is like, you know, 126 days worth of maintenance taken care of. This is fine. This endgame does seem significantly more interesting than the base Namis. Enough until auto maintenance, indeed. I mean, I would hope that 100, what was that, 126 days of uptime is enough until we're done. But I suppose anything could happen. Energy is there. Are you running? Cool. Lock you. Partition you. Alright. So that's chromium trioxide. Next is this, which is saltpeter, chromium trioxide, chemical reactor. I guess that's what you will be for. Input bus. Robot arm. Yeah, I could just use 2 input buses. Oh well. Flat interface, output, bus. This is it used for anything other than lactic acid? No. That's okay. We'll do the same. We'll do the same setup with a drawer and storage bus. And a 1 stack. For upgrade. And a 1 stack output bus. Output bus. Output. Input. Only 1 input. Go back there. Input bus. On it, we'll put our robot arm. Item filter. Filter import. Keep exact. Or, yeah. 10 saltpeter, 8 chromium trioxide. Doesn't have to be exactly those numbers. What? Where'd my saltpeter go? Alright, 31 and 32 it is. You need it. What tier is this recipe? 5 seconds at HV. Also, you make fluid output? Yeah, output hatch. MB is sufficient. And an energy hatch. And I guess we'll store the fluid. As much as it will almost assuredly just end up getting voided in this tank, we will store it in the tank to be voided. What are these wires? Why are they gold? Our energy loss. 1 EU per tick per block. However will we survive? Alright, so this is saltpeter trioxide. Trioxide. Saltpeter. Plug that in. Needs maintenance. And you're running. Perfect. So this makes potassium dichromate. The slowest step in this process now. Wire covering still probably? No? Yeah, wire covering by the smallest margin. And let's label these. This one is chromium trioxide. This one is potassium dichromate. So we can unpin that. We already making ethyl benzene, can unpin that. And then I need one more large chemical reactor, and it appears we have just barely run out, so I will add another one. Oh, I should put a storage bus on that. Or, floor, downgrade, block. And storage bus. Alright, I guess we just stack another large chemical reactor on top of it. This step is EV, so we will need at least an EV energy hatch. What, 2 fluids, 1 item? Is either fluid more than... Yeah, it is more than 16 liters. If it was... I think our multi-hatch is only 16 liters, right? Yeah. That's a quad output. Can we make the quadruple input? We can. Okay, that's also 16 liters though. Oh well. Big input hatch, a small input hatch, an input bus. I really need the ULV recipes to be in auto crafting. And this makes water as an output as well. We will avoid that. How much does it make? 9 buckets and 18 buckets of water. So the water one needs to be big. Basic voiding cover will do. What is the benefit from using better coils? No benefit? Okay. Base coils it is. Congratulations, I unlocked a new cape. Apparently that's my first large chemical reactor? Elsewhere can only use base coils? Okay. Base coils it is then. My energy hatch. You know, soon we'll be able to... Where's my wrench? Soon we'll be able to make a jetpack that doesn't slowly fall all the time. What a concept, eh? Why am I not wall sharing? Because I really don't care about chemically inert PTFE machine casings. I'd rather have the room for more IO slots if needed. Alright, so that's... Oh yeah, I don't even have to pin this. I can just look. Wow. Actually, no, I still have to pin it to be able to insert into the buses easily. So that's 3 inputs, 2 outputs. 1 fluid in, 1 big fluid in. 1 item in. You don't need a circuit, right? Good. Yeah, if you bookmark a recipe, so like if you bookmark a recipe or an item, by bookmarking its recipe, it shows the R, and then you can hover it and get it to show you the recipe. Kinda neat. The MV1 will hopefully be for water, the LV1 will be for not water, the MV1 will get voided. And I need some tape. It's exclusive to this fork of NEI. I don't even know what this fork is called. We've run out of what are they? We've run out of words to describe how many items we have. Alright, so that's 2 fluid, 1 item interface. 1 item, 2 fluid. Two fluid interfaces. I probably don't need a ginormous tank of lactic acid. Let's settle. Well, how much? So it's 1 bucket per bucket of PBI, basically. Yeah, we don't need a ginormous tank of this. OV output hatch. Alright, so you are that fluid. Is this a big hatch or the little one? This is a big one. The big hatch has, was it oxygen? Big hatch is oxygen. Little hatch is dimethylbenzene. We do have the multiple hatches, but they're a little bit small at this point. Because this recipe takes 18 buckets of input. Run? No. Power. Power. I need a EV energy converter. Let's go for the 4 amp one. In case we have to overclock later. Although there's like no world in which we have to overclock this, I think. Also get any steel cables. You done yet? Comes from JEI Utilities. Oh, okay. So maybe it's not the... I mean, what's our... Had enough items. That's what it's called. HEI. So I guess the next one is like... Will have enough items. WHEI. My wire cutter. That wire is about to have a really bad time. Sometimes enough items. And run. Oxygen. Why you no make? Oxygen, dimethylbenzene, potassium dichromate, EV or better. EV, has energy. Maybe it's trying to put the things into the wrong hatch. I'll make this one a MV output hatch too. Am I ever going to try DJ2 again? I guess it depends on if has something happened to it. Like, if it's still Errand Simulator. No, I'm good. It was a bit too much running around, not actually doing things, but like looking. Okay, I guess I just it wanted to put. I assume water's gonna end up in this one. Do I plan on trying TJ2? That I do. What takes you so long? Jeez, 45 seconds? Oh, because it's a big recipe. I see. Let's crowbar this cover first. I don't like crowbar things. It gets like yeeted in a random direction. But yeah, I do plan on trying TJ2. I might even play TJ1 after, eventually. I don't know. At some point. Before I die of old age, hopefully. TJ is technological journey. Yeah, okay. Water ended up in this one, which is why it didn't run the recipe before. Acceptable. Avoid the water. This one makes the lactic acid. And fluid storage bus. TJ2 is not out yet. In fact, I think TJ2 is quite a ways out. TJ2 is going to be also based on CEu, I think. Whereas TJ1 is CE and Gregicality or something like that. I don't know. I haven't looked too much into them. Alright, so that's the lactic acid. Now I need to make a small amount of anhydride, which is just running it through a distillery. But like, I really don't need a lot of anhydride because it's not consumed. Can you not hold? What can hold a little bit? Alright, 16 buckets, I guess, will now constitute a little bit. I have no familiarity with any of the Gregicality, or any of its parts, add-ons. MB, sure. Do we have a distillery around here somewhere? That's a brewery. Yeah. Back it on. Is it just distill this? Circuit on one. Circuit on one. I could make a view cell to filter out the drops, but then I have to put that in every single terminal, and like, I don't know. Doesn't bother me. That's enough, right? Like, I only use this as a catalyst. Not using it to polymerize more efficiently. Not making polyvinyl acetate out of it. I'm using it, yeah, to make this. Of course, an EV chemical reactor, but then this is used as a catalyst. So that's enough. We are like just the tiniest, barely amount in IV. Like we can't even make IV motors yet, so I don't know if that counts as being in IV. Because we can't make graphene yet, and graphene makes graphene wires, which make motors. So like, I don't know if it counts as being in IV if you can't make IV motors. Finish that. Is that full? I'll just get rid of what was in my inventory. Okay, so that's anhydride. This is a EV chemical reactor with ethyl benzene. And this is also like a one-time reaction. Ethyl benzene. Yoink. So I will take advantage. I assume this is EV tier? What are you? You are. I will borrow you. You need a output bus and an output hatch. Can I have you in void fluid mode? Where did your output go? Input bus, input hatch. Does the output go directly to the system? No. You run? Maybe I voided it when I was in void item mode. No, this has to have an output bus somewhere. That is an output bus. So it must have outputted directly into the AE system. I do not see it. It voided the input fluid? Alright, let's just get a new... Benzene. Alright. Input fluid. Input item. We're just going to give you a fluid output hatch then. No? Wait. You say you are formed. It does not look formed to me. There's ethyl benzene in there. There's lactic acid in here. F3A, sure, we can. There's energized glowstone in there, that's fine. I mean, that's what this chemical reactor is actually for. What happens if I do this? How bad is this? No, I fixed it. Alright, I guess if in doubt, turn it off and on again. Okay, so it's 50 seconds, but I only need it to run once. So this now, I think once we have that, we can make hydrazine? Wait, so graphene requires hydrazine. Hydrazine requires acetone and anzine, which requires hydrogen peroxide, which requires... Okay, I was missing a pin. Do I have a texture pack that disables tape? No, this one just didn't need tape. I don't know why it didn't need tape after I put it back down. These questions and more will never be answered. Where is my terminal? There we go. Alright, so I need a piece of this and a piece of palladium. We don't have any palladium yet? Really? Do we not get, don't we get it as an ore wash byproduct of... Yeah, like sheldonite. Is sheldonite not an ore? No, it spawns in the end. What? Palladium. We actually have no palladium. I guess we've just never hit a sheldonite vein? Platinum? We have plenty of platinum. Okay. Where are our miners now? Actually, before I do that, I need... Oh, right. I was going to try to... Here, let's just break and replace it. See what happens. Nope. It's not happy. Where do you think the other... controller is? Yeah, there are two controllers. So the question is, where is the controller? Platline 1. Platline soon. We're on a mission to find an ME controller. It will also be red. I assume it's just because a subnet accidentally got merged into the main net. Maybe we're still... I guess if we're still getting the energy discount, it doesn't matter. Guess we'll never know. Right in front of you. What was this? By the ladder. Aha! There's certainly an extra controller here. This is supposed to be for a subnet. But the... Wait. Flooding. God's name is happening here. Oh, okay. It's for the... Why isn't this just an item laser? Alright, so this side is supposed to be a subnet, but they got connected through this interface? What is the purpose of this interface? This interface is to provide items. Is this interface to feed items back? So now they're not connected anymore? Alright, problem solved. Except for the fact that there's like stuff here randomly. Oh, these got put here because of the storage bus that was supposed to be on the subnet is on what's on the main net. Alright, let's go move those miners now. We'll have to grab at least a little bit of sheldonite ore. Oh look, we're in the end already. Would you look at that? There's another one right over here. How did we do? Yeah, we cleared it out real good. Where's the last one? I assume we've gotten 1 and 2 already. Done? Done. Alright. Any Sheldonite? There's a tiny bit to our northeast. Northeast. What else is in that vein? I want a thing that is not the color of the background. Palladium, Sheldonite, Platinum, Bornite. Bornite, probably. Okay, there's like... I think that vein got clipped. Yeah, that vein definitely got clipped. Off we go then. Let's go northeast more. To greener pastures. There we go. There's 41 Sheldonite there. Bornite. Okay, perfect. So 2 east. And if I put it middle of this chunk, it gets everything. And a bunch of other stuff. So 2 east, center of chunk. East. 1, 2. Right. Tank for fuel, generator, miner, chest. Generator, miner, chest. Fuel. Load the chunk. Set the home, and I would not mind grabbing a piece or 2 by hand before we go. Let's see if we can get under the island. I assume it'll be visible from under. Bornite, palladium. Oh wait, I can just grab palladium ore, huh? Palladium ore is bound to contain palladium, no? Wonder, can I... Oh, I regret this. Okay. Let's not try teleporting through that. While I'm here, let's place our other 2 miners. There's a lot of stuff here. Do I care about any of it? There's a scheelite vein in there. Okay. Although I really want scheelite and tungstate. Let's put it just like here. Let's go northeast a bit and see what that looks like. Yeah, I want this vein. There's a small sheet. Okay, if I place it here, I get basically everything I want. So that's north 1, east 1, center of chunk. North 1, east 1, center of chunk. And we see more. There's chromite, ilmenite that way. There's sheldonite that way. Let's go northeast. Orgen is exceptionally dense in CEu. If I just put it in this vein, I get like some of everything. So north 1, center of chunk. North 1, center of chunk. Okay, that's my miners. They nerfed Origin? This is a nerfed version? What's the unnerfed version like then? What did this process into? Just palladium all the way? Yeah, if this is nerfed, what's unnerfed? Are these all assigned? We can join that slot. Actually, I want to process that palladium like now because I need one piece of palladium dust. Oh, I should also get probably need more filter. Okay. One filter. Oh, maybe hard mode buffs it? Hard mode might buff Origin because you actually have to mine. Like you actually have to well, you don't have to, but collecting a meaningful number of ores is something that you often do in hard mode. Just make sure these are all used up before. Down 2 slots. Potassium. I'm going to this net. Alright, anything else clogging us up here? Let's see if I can find that one piece of palladium. Oh, it got processed into dust. Hey, found it. I'll have to add it to the filter later. Yeah, we'll just let this process and see what's not on the filter yet. For now, I just need one. So palladium and high, no, 2-ethyl whatever. Those go into the hydrogen peroxide LCR, which I believe has already been labeled. Hydrogen peroxide, missing catalysts. No longer missing catalysts. And it's running. Default config for veins per section is set to 1 normally. Nami CEu is 4 and Nami hard is 2. I see. So Nami CEu just has insane Origin. Alright, so this is making hydrogen peroxide, which is on this. Why is there... Oh, because this is a unfiltered storage bus. Alright, so anyway, this is making hydrogen peroxide. Check. It's being extracted. Is hydrogen peroxide used for anything other than... It's used to make sodium peroxide and acetone anzine. I wonder if I need to keep a tank of this. Sodium peroxide used for anything? It's used in iridium processing? Okay, let's do this then. Hydrogen peroxide is literally just hydrogen and oxygen, right? Yeah. And a storage bus. Fluid storage bus. Alright, so anyways, where is this hydrogen peroxide going? Huh? It's going here, but this chemical reactor is no longer complete. Acetone, ammonia, hydrogen peroxide. Hey look, we're making acetone anzine. No fluid detector. Oh. Why is this all just not hooked up? Alright, so this is making acetone anzine. Last step is to combine that with some stuff in the hydrazine one. And that just needs a few tanks. Chem engineering major simulator? Man, I wish I was smart enough for to be a chem engineer. Oh, you had tanks already. All right. So wait, why are they both hydrazine? Sir, both their tanks have hydrazine in them. The hydrazine one produces dilute sulfuric acid, which I assume is what this one was. Do we have a sulfuric acid reconcentrator? Right. So this one is acetone, that one hydrazine. So hydrazine goes there. The rest of the hydrazine... Wait, no, that one's dilute sulfuric acid. This one is acetone. I'm so confused. This one... Does hydrazine do anything other than this? It's used to make rocket fuel, but it's not the only way to make rocket fuel, right? We're making it with UDMH and oxygen, so I don't think I need to... Is this more efficient? I don't know, I'm just going to put a tank of it here. And give me one more of these. Alright, so I'm going to have to reconcentrate my dilute sulfuric acid. This one, hydrazine, high priority. This one, acetone, low priority to get used up again. This one, dilute sulfuric acid, low priority to get used up again. Okay, so now that one's making hydrazine, I need to extract that, because hydrazine goes into the graphene one, which has hydrazine, argon, graphene oxide. Oh, it's running. Every 5 seconds we get a graphene. Wow. Is that a quest? Guess not. Yes, it was. Success. Bidirectional high priority. Okay. So with that, graphene is now automated. The acetone is being recycled. It's on the low priority storage bus so that whenever the thing that consumes it asks for acetone, it'll pull from this before pulling from the distillation towers. In fact, I'll even make this one lower. Because I think the distillation towers might also be on negative 1,000, because they're also producing acetone as a byproduct. Basically, my rule for priorities is if you are a dedicated producer, like you only run to produce this thing and you stop producing when this thing is full, you get plus 1,000. If you're just a standard producer, like you sometimes make it, you're 0. Or if you forget to set the priority, you're 0. And if it gets produced as a byproduct, you're negative 1,000 or thereabouts. So it always consumes from byproducts, and then things I forget to set, and then dedicated producers. So that dedicated producers run as little as possible. All right, so anyways, that's graphene. Now we can make EV components. I need a thing to reconcentrate sulfuric acid. There's no use for diluted sulfuric other than reconcentrating it, right? Yeah. Which is better? This does 40 millibuckets in 1.2 seconds. This does... Well, we're just going to use a distillation tower because I don't want to have to set up like 30 single block distilleries. Need a input hatch. LV is good enough. Output hatch. It would be the world's cutest distillation tower. Actually, that's not even true. I made a smaller one earlier, but then I took it down. Because I had a distillation tower making distilled water. It's literally one output. But even a one output distillation tower must be at least 3 units tall. Like, this is your smallest distillation tower. You cannot cut off the top layer and make a too tall distillation tower. Unlucky, really. You need to know how to make fluid detectors. Soldering or tin. Okay, we will take advantage of fluid crafting. So basically the fluid crafting just treats the fluid as an item internally, and then at the very, basically just in time, it converts the item back into an actual fluid. So as far as applied energistics cares, it's an item, and it gets to treat it as an item. Because applied energistics is really good at handling items. What else do I need? A energy hatch. I imagine HV is probably fast enough. It does like 3 buckets at a time. Maintenance tape. Yeah, it is one of the mods that there's auto compat for. So you still have to add the mod, add AE2FC to your mod pack manually if you wish to have it. And I did wish to have it, but it has like the recipes all Gregified. It's even gated to EV, which is, well, it's gated to EV circuits, which I guess is like HV. And I need an energy converter. All right, I want to try something. CEu does not have, well, it has support for the AE2FC mod if you add it. Where do I have room for a distillation tower? I have room for a distillation tower here. I don't think I can wall share this one, right? Because I don't want its outputs. No, it's from the AE2FC add-on. It's not natively part of the pack. We'll put outputs. Maintenance hatch normally goes here. Energy converter. God, I love not having to transfer EU long distances. So much easier to transfer energy as RF. Click. And that's my distillation tower. I guess we'll even put the input hatch on this side. If it turns out this isn't fast enough, we can add a second one. Alright, one of these is water. Which is water? The top one is water. The two of you are tanks. Nope, one of you is a tank. That one's water. I still don't care about the water. One of you is a fluid interface. One of you is a fluid storage bus. Loot, sulfuric acid goes there. Regular sulfuric acid gets stored in there. And spaghetti wiring is hidden under the floor. So no one has to see it. I don't want to void. Easy take forever. Alright, maybe we have to overclock this. Or make it a dual. We'll see. If our dilute sulfuric acid isn't being produced fast enough, or isn't being consumed fast enough, we can overclock. This one can... We want to use this before dedicated... I think I want to use this before pure byproduct. It doesn't really matter. As long as it's a negative priority, it'll be fine. You know what? Let's just make this a dual right now. This doesn't actually cost anything to make it. Basically, one perfect overclock. Okay, I have to make a distillation tower block, but that's like super fast. I mean, it's 4 IV circuits, but besides that, it's super fast. Yeah, flare. we can put everything else down at the controller. Well, how are you still not done? Uh-oh. Oh, I guess we're in wire mill queue. Alright, you'll be done eventually. I think my goal to get Kevin to cut his hand off on the turbine has failed. Distilled salt or diluted sulfuric. Okay. So once that controller's done, we'll drop it in. So that's graphene. I almost want to overclock the graphene producer here. Nah, it'll be fast enough. Maybe we just upgrade the drawer. Wait, did you click it? Did it not one-shot you? It's spinning at max speed. I thought it would be fast enough to one-shot you. I clicked it at like 60% speed and it did more than half of my health. And I was like, not clicking it now. Alright, I guess we're going Platline next. Do you want to do nitrobenzene before Platline? I kind of just want to put off Platline. I don't know. It's a lot of steps. What do we do if we make nitrobenzene? I mean, if we make nitrobenzene, I have to make a turbine to burn it into, otherwise it's not really worth it, right? I did put Platline in the title. That does kind of make it clickbait if I don't do Platline, right? Am I a clickbaiter? I think I'm a clickbaiter. That distillation tower will be done eventually. 16 large chemical reactors. Alright, fine. Let's start Platline. We have to make... So the entry point to Platline is Platinum Group Sludge, I believe. Which we have to make from these 4 purified ores. These 6 purified ores. Is there any of these that I guess for now, let's start by setting them aside. Yeah, let's start by setting them aside so I don't end up consuming that ore for other, like, regular processing. Now let's consider. Shall copyright... I'll take a look. If it produces anything interesting, I'll keep producing, like, I'll keep it running through normal processing. But no, that is nothing interesting at all. Sheldonite might do something interesting. Produces nickel. We've already gotten the palladium out of it by this step. Okay, so it doesn't do anything else interesting. Well, if I just let it become Sheldonite and then we electrolyze it, like it's 3 platinum and a palladium. What happens if I process this though? Do I get more yield? Out of 3 platinum group sludge, I get one of each. Which has basically 1 Okay, it's way too complicated. I think we're just going to process it. Good. So we will process this. Tetrahedrite, I assume, has nothing more interesting to it. It is zinc cadmium. Yep, we will process that. Bornite, I'm pretty sure, also has nothing interesting in its byproducts. Cadmium, cobalt. We've already gotten the gold out of it. Kale. No, we figured out how to pronounce this yesterday. Chalcocite. Has silver and lead left in it. I'd rather have platinum. Pentlandite has sulfur and cobalt left in it. Nope. And chalcopyrite. Which is the first one. Okay, so all 6 potential inputs. I wish I could pin off favorites, but I can't. So I have to pin off history, or I have to use the history to set the filter. Filter insert, brown insert, very high priority. Chalcocite? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we determined, at least the other one is chalcopyrite. So I think this one is also like the K sound. I don't know. I'm not a mineralogist. Whatever you call such people. Alright, to actually make that now, we need to chemical react it with nitric acid. Do we have nitric acid? How am I enjoying Hardball? Have I answered this question already? I am loving it so far. It has much of the complexity of NH, while also not being stupid. Well, with the multi-blocks not being stupid. And that's everything I could have wanted. And it has like a lot of the Minecraft 112 niceties. Although, I mean, to be fair, NH had a lot of those niceties backported too. Nitric. We have nitric acid, yes. Where do we have it from? The fact that it's 4 full buckets, or 4,000 full buckets, makes me think that we are intentionally making it. Because if it were being made as a byproduct of something, it would probably be on a void output, which would have 3.8 thousand buckets. We're probably just stitching it together through one of these recipes. Probably this one. Anyways, we have nitric acid. I will just use it. So I need a chem reactor. It's so low energy that I'm not even going to bother using a large chemical reactor. We'll just use like an HV one. No, I don't have the joy of Thaumcraft at all. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Thaumcraft does not bring me joy. That's like not completely true. Most of Thaumcraft does not bring me joy. Here, let's make a bunch of these. Nope. Soon we can make the extruder multi-block lapis plate. That's awkward. We don't have much lapis left. I should switch that recipe over to one of the other lapis variants. Alright, HV chemical reactor. I guess we could use one of the baby 1 amp energy converters. I mean, I won't argue that Thom 4 is better than Thom 6. 4 is probably the best version of Thaumcraft. But it's still, I don't know. It's still Thaumcraft. Let's leave it at that. Let's start a new batch of bronze rotors. Pretty soon, we don't have to batch craft rotors, because we can have the extruder multi-block. Actually, now that we have the ability to make IV motors and stuff, we could probably start making those multi-blocks, like the Gregicality multi-blocks. Alright, a chem reactor, energy converter to convert you. A dinky little wire to plug you in. I love that you can use the front side of machines for I/O now too. Like, was this too much to ask for? Nitric acid. I need a pump. MB is fine. And I need to export you. We can use that loop back. Back onto the main bus. Where do I have ME conduit? Oh, hey, right here. How nifty. Love when things just work out like that. Alright, now I need to actually get some of this input. Did I increase your priority? I want to make sure they come into here instead of the other places that they fit. Why don't we have any? Probably because I've already processed it and I should have started setting it aside sooner. Alright, well... Oopsies, do we have anything set aside? Hey, I have 4 of these, which means if I pulverize these... Hey, pulverize for me. CEu does feel pretty great. The crushed... Hey, I'm gonna jump the line on the washer. Actually, I could just use the fast washer here, right? Do I care? Oh no, I lose a little bit of sulfur. That should end up in here. Which should end up in here. Oh, no, brown is the right color. Where did you go? You are in here awaiting extraction. Okay, you have been extracted. You have been extracted to here. Which should now go into there next, but I think I did not. There we go. And that's producing... Oh, do they all produce a different fluid? They all produce a sulfuric X solution fluid. Alright, we should do something about that. How many are there? Copper, nickel. And what do we actually do with that thing? Do we just electrolyze it? Are both of them just electrolyze? They are. Then we can just pump that straight into an electrolyzer. How slow is that step? So this step is like gigafast. This step is 420 at MV. So if we do it at HV, we can, if we have 4 HV electrolyzers, it probably keeps up reasonably well. What are we supposed to use vertical diggers for what? To get ores? We have the GTC miners, right? They're basically the same thing as a vertical digger. Probably even faster than a vertical digger. Vertical diggers, if I recall, are really slow. Is vertical digger still in here? It is. Oh, it has no recipe. I guess it's been disabled. Yeah, I think miner does its job just better. For electrolyzers, I need a tank for the oxygen that comes out. The items that come out will just feed back in. I think this system is done now, right? I don't need any of this here anymore. This has been fully obsoleted. Oopsies. I love taking down obsolete systems. It's something I don't do enough. This was Orproc version 1. You know, one thing I miss from NH is that in NH, because of hunger, I would always keep the healing axe on me, right? And the healing axe would be an axe. So when I needed an axe, like I had an axe. But now that I don't always have an axe on me, when I need an axe, I just don't have an axe. It's a real struggle. Some of those were things I needed. Nah, there's a few too many items in there for me to be able to break that. Oh, I don't want a hunger mechanic. No, not in the slightest. I just want an axe. I could just carry an axe. But that's an inventory spot that isn't otherwise doing something. Except like the rare times when I need to break a chest or a like crate wooden type thing. Alright, we'll clean up the remainder later. I'll have to do something about the fact that there are items in there. Is there an Omni tool? Yeah, the Draconic pickaxe is part axe. Is there a less late game one? I'm sure there is too. I just don't know what it is off the top of my head. I really like that this has direct. Like, so that means if I break a block, right, it just goes straight into my inventory. So it doesn't get yoinked by other people's magnets. I want you to use this distilled water. So I can get rid of this tank. And I'll patch those holes later. Alright. So anyways, coming out of that chemical reactor, we have a cup we needed to go into a couple electrolyzers. Oh wait, I can't. I needed to not split the fluid, huh? I guess we'll just have 2 for each then. 2 doing sulfuric nickel, 2 doing sulfuric whatever the other one is. I also need 4 buckets. I love the look of GregTech pipes. I hate their, like, well, I don't hate their functionality. They are just less functional than conduits. So I prefer the functionality of conduits. What do we have? Copper and nickel are the 2. One's in you. Copper. One advantage that GregTech pipes do have is that they have significantly higher throughput than Ender IO stuff, generally speaking, at least at the high end. Like the high end for Ender IO Ender conduit throughput is not very high. But also, it's pretty rare that you actually need that much throughput. What do I need? Came here to get something. Oh, cable or wire. I don't need 8x. That's not a cutter. Are you doing the thing? No, because you're not plugged in. Do the thing. Cool. So the... Oh, you also make sulfuric acid. I get to reclaim some of my... Wait. No, this just makes sulfuric acid. I use nitric acid to make it. Easy. You block void. Right, you are oxygen. You will be... I want to make sure these have drained their oxygen. Sulfuric acid, lock void. and storage buses. And again, because these are incidental producers, they get minus priority, so they get consumed. Hopefully they get consumed before they get voided, but if not, meh, oh well, they get voided. It also produces items, right? Produces dusts. I want to get it to that without connecting to this. Extract blue. Click the cover. We will just go up and around up. There we go. So that should send the copper item. Extract blue always. There we go. That should send the items back into the ore processing net, which probably just exports them as a finished product, but alright, so now this is Platinum Group Sludge Production. No, it isn't, because I have not added it to the whitelist as a completed product. One block lower and fine, but then I would have had to manually disconnect it. It's fine. A little spaghetti never hurt anyone. Imagine the day when I have big item filters. Actually, that day is probably today. Quite sure we can make big item filters if we wanted it. There we go. Okay. So we have, should be now visible here. Good. We have our first of Platinum Group Sludge. Is there a quest line for it? Or is it just, no. There's a single quest to tell you to finish it. Thanks. Okay, so step 1, we can bath it in Aqua Regia. That requires mixing hydrochloric with nitric, both of which I think we have. Hydrochloric, we have a healthy amount of being consumed. And nitric, tons. Alright, we don't need those pins anymore. Let's pin the next couple steps. So that and this. This is a mixer that is giga fast. So what step is this? This is a chem bath that is relatively fast. So let's do it at HV. HV chem bath. HV mixer needs what? We don't know how to make SMD caps. I assume they're in the process of being upgraded. Perhaps to, well, we don't have PBI yet, right? We can't make advanced SMDs. Moving around the patterns. Acceptable. He's good. What else is Aqua Regia used for? does this give? Do not care. Do not care. Do not care. So nothing else. Wait, where do I get this from? Oh, that is a part of... We will store a small tank of it. Just in case some other process needs it. Mixer. Fluid interface. 4 amp HV. Yeah, but I knew that Aqua Regia was used in gold processing because I watched a video from... I don't remember who. It may have been Nile Red? No, I think it was Cody's lab. Who did a gold extraction series. Alright, so... where do I put this? Platline starts here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a Cody's Lab series. But I could be wrong. It was very interesting, though. But it was also like 6 years ago, so I don't remember anymore. I don't think I've watched AVE's Gold Extraction. Although I have watched no small amount of AVE. In fact, there's an AVE reference in this space. I think it's the same one I do every time I play Greg Techno. Our tungsten carbide blast furnace is labeled the Paragon of Materials. That one's for you, AVE. I need these two. I need a pump. I need to plug in the energy. You know, I should really put a floor here so I'm not falling into the void anytime I'm working. Did I plug it in or did I miss one? No, that's not plugged in. What happened to the path of this ME conduit? Like, this conduit line, straight. This ME conduit line, it zigs. It zags. It zigs again. And then there's this weird intersection here. That's why it's under the base. We don't have to worry about such things. Alright. I will put a fluid storage bus on that in case we need it somewhere else later. Now, I posit that most of the wiring that's visible is reasonably clean. Most, not all. But the wiring that is hidden is... we don't talk about it. Sure. Like this. Can I upgrade my jetpack? I don't think so, not yet. Well, maybe? No, I think I need... tier 4.5 micro miner. Because I can't make these skulls yet. Oh no, I cannot upgrade my jetpack. Alright, so that's Aqua Regia. We now need a chem bath that with platinum group sludge. So chem bath. Oh, let's put our distillation tower in. Actualization, yeah, that is a hard mode only thing. It's post tank or end game, whatever. What am I doing? I need distillation tower. I also need an interface, a pump, a pump, and a conveyor. Takes pumps so long. It's being queued behind other tasks. Work. Work. Thank you. Alright, my pump's still not done. Is this too slow? 320 a second? That's probably too slow. I know I can hide the drops from a terminal, but then I have to hide it from every terminal to be meaningful. And I just don't care that much. It doesn't bother me. Import. Oh wait, I don't need a pump. You can pump. Oh, you're a little slow. Multi-block voiding is one of the most obnoxious things in NH and 5U in general. And multi-blocks like shutting down when they run out of power. Well, you either void everything or you shut down. And neither are great. Can I have my pump yet? That thing is too slow. Alright. So this creates an item and a fluid. The item, we go blast furnace it. I think the item's harder to handle than the fluid, right? This is pretty easy to handle. Wait. Let's pin the two we're on. The fluid, so it's a chem reactor step to produce, I care about this, I care about that, and I care, oh wow. It forks into 3 steps at this point. This is just a very easy input, right? HCl ammonia, gigafast, a single block reactor can do it. Ammonium hexachloroplatinate dust. Hexachloroplatinate. That's a word. Which we electrolyze to get some of our ammonia back. And chloroplatinic acid. Distill that. Get some of our hydrochloric acid back. Autoclave it in steam and calcium to extract our platinum. All right, so that line's pretty easy. This one goes into a sifter. This one goes into a sifter that is relatively slow and does not tear up on chance. Okay. Whatever. And metallic platinum powder goes back into the chem bath, right? The metallic platinum powder enters this as well. So what I actually want is metallic platinum powder here as well. I want to turn that. I can turn that conveyor into a robot arm. And a filter. These two. I just want to make sure they produce the same thing. Platinum group residue. They both produce platinum group residue and platinum palladium leachate. Okay. So that's just a recycling step. So as long as I keep you from getting jammed. It's what? 3? Three platinum group sludge or 2 metallic platinum powder. Supply exact. 3 or, well, here, well, or 2 of that. That will, okay. I should make sure you are not jammed to begin with. And now these will just sit in here until there's enough to actually do a full batch. Alright, so that just has to go back and get sifted. This palladium-rich ammonia. What do we do? So we can, I think this is one where we have to make some metallic platinum powder. If I remember this step right, we have to take some of this, turn a little bit of it into dust in the fluid solidifier, and then we use that, that's metallic platinum powder. This is different. Crude palladium powder. Wait, so this dust has, I'm so confused. I lost track of where we were. Okay, it's crude. Is it this? No, we've already handled this. Well, we have to add a sifter. It's this. We need a little bit of metallic palladium powder in order to run this recipe efficiently. To make this, oh, okay, that's what it is. We take our first little bit of it, we fluid solidify it, sift it, and once we have a couple pieces of metallic palladium powder, we can start processing it this way through the chem reactor, which produces, more raw palladium powder, which gets sifted. No, this is not the one that gets sifted. This is the one that gets sifted. It reclaims some of the ammonia, and this is the product that we want. Our goal is to make this raw palladium powder. So our goal is to turn palladium-rich ammonia into raw palladium powder. And once we get to here, we can turn it into palladium dust pretty easily. All right, cool. So this fluid let's process the fluid first. So I don't overwhelm myself with options. Because as we all know, I have no short-term memory. Alright, this fluid, now I need to make ammonia chloride dust. So that's in a chem reactor, hydrochloric acid, ammonia. This is fast enough that I'm happy to just do it with a single block reactor. Is that both fluids? Yeah. And a circuit. 5. I could put a terminal over there. Actually, can we make the wireless crafting terminal yet? These EV emitters. We have radon. There's a little setup. There's a little setup, but it's probably doable. Soon. Oh, the GT console. Eh. I don't need to monitor my systems. Are you done yet? Oh, wow. Mainframes in processing. Okay, well, since the queue is now forever, I'll set up the crafting recipes for wireless crafting terminal. This recipe the same. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items, yeah. Dense energy cell? What about regular energy cell? That's not too many recipes. Didn't I put this recipe in? There's probably a MBT data. We're missing dense energy cell. Okay, that's also an MBT data. I love MBT data. I love MBT data. Alright, so dense energy cell needs to be fixed. What's the difference here? No MBT data, no MBT data. What? What's different? That was yeah, that's the right machine. Not enough flux dust. This is fine. How much service do we have? Not a lot. Hey, a gym. Which one of these is the charger? My chemical reactor done. Can I make one of these yet? Yes, I can. Yeah, I thought that would happen. This recipe should, in fact, all of those. Once this is done crafting, I'm going to convert all of those recipes to be stack-wise. I guess the Fluix Crystal one doesn't have to be stack-wise. Whoopsies. Start over. Alright, what was this used for now? That's the wireless terminal. So many. Yeah, a lot of these terminals are because at peak times we have like up to 4 people on, and then fighting over terminals is not fun. Wireless terminal. Okay, make one of those. Oh, we have a quantum eye crafter. Those should probably not be made on demand though. Those take like 400 seconds to make, don't they? Oh, it's only 24 seconds. And is it quantum stars that take 400 seconds to make? No, it's only 100 seconds. A measly 100 seconds. Cool. Now, can I craft this or... Ooh. Ooh. Can I make another one? No. I guess if we have it, it understands. It understands that it can use it, even though I don't have substitutions allowed. Why does the Space Raider not have a chest? Yeah, 100 seconds is still longer than I want to wait, but it's like only a little bit longer than I want to wait. Not infinitely longer than I want to wait. No chests. Good. Assembler is still on 8 from the last time I did this. Every time I want to craft run something with a quantum star, it becomes a just chatting stream for 2 minutes. These is the assembler. Steve's cart assemblers taking however long they take to do their thing is a little bit ridiculous. Thanks, Steve. If that's even your real name. I need to get used to just hitting that button more when I need molecular assembler slots. Did I start a security terminal? I did. Alright, so the trick with the security terminal is it prevents other people from accessing the network, right? But it doesn't actually like prevent anyone from breaking the security terminal. So it's very important you hide your security terminal somewhere no one will ever find. So I'm going to have to hide the scene so you guys don't know where my security terminal is. Alright. You guys will never know where I hid that security terminal. But now I have to link my terminal to it. Promise you're not looking. Promise you didn't look. Wireless out of range. Right. I skipped a step. I also need... to add some wireless points and... What mode is Infinity Booster in? I need to know. Is Infinity Booster in Infinity mode or consumed mode? Alright, so at least some of you saw where that security terminal is. I'm gonna have to move it again. Ugh. I really hope it's in Infinity mode. It seems not fair for it to be in Infinity mode, but I mean, anything's possible. Here's my... Oh, booster's done. Now, even if it's in Infinity mode, I can't install it until I'm in wireless range. Oh, I can't take it out. That means it's in Infinity mode. That means it is never consumed. But we don't need range boosters. Wow. Does this thing not support view cells? Now that I only use this terminal and never use any other terminal, yeah, it is cross-dimensional. Now that I only use this terminal, like I never use the one sitting around, I put a view cell in it, but it doesn't appear like it supports view cells. Ta-da, and it's still here. I thought it did. Oh, they go down here. Okay. I'm gonna see what the magnet card is. Let me just link the other one up real quick. A reasonable recipe. That is a reasonable recipe. Why is it brown wool? We get it with white wool? There we go. Making that infinity booster so long. Circuits. Okay. hide it here. So this I can hide. Are they? Yeah, they're the same. I need the invert card. I can basically make all those individual drop items not show up and clutter the view. Like, not a big deal, but not a big deal, but it is potentially nice to have. Now when I do this, all these items should disappear. Okay. They most definitely did not disappear. But is it? Oh, is there a save? Do I have to save it to the view cell? No, it's saved there already. Is it just a wireless crafting terminal bugged? The wireless crafting terminal is not the most bug-free of systems. No, it's still... Did I not put the inverter in? Do I need a fuzzy card too? I probably need a fuzzy card too. One fuzzy card. Already linked, it's already charged. I swear, every time I go to charge my capacitor, I put a second one in there. But where do they end up? Where do all my spare capacitors go? Where? Oh, here. No wonder every time I go to look for a new capacitor, I have to make a new one. I was wondering who was stealing all my capacitors. Alright, well anyways, that wireless crafting oh, wait. We're not done yet. We need the fuzz. Match any? But this isn't... No, it is what I wanted. Okay, good. One problem with this is that now with this in, I mean, I guess I can just take it out. Or the bottom, no, the bottom's not that functional too. I can use it as a fluid terminal. Like, this is kind of a fluid terminal when I don't have the view cell in. But, oh well. Our circuits are getting cheaper. Okay, so with that detour out of the way, let's make this. Does ammonium chloride do things other than... Yes, it does. So I want a drawer of it. Although probably a single stack is enough. Now, I wish a wireless crafting terminal can also be a wireless pattern terminal and a wireless interface terminal, but perhaps that's asking for too much. I need an interface. Wait, this is... No, I need a fluid interface. HCl ammonia. We'll use this cable here in case I have to put a storage bus on that later. Circuit 5, pump. Oh, look at how nice this is. I don't have to fly over to the nearest terminal to get items. Oh, we don't get the nice look at all my CPUs though. Alright, that makes ammonium chloride. And now I need to react ammonium chloride with this fluid. Is this step slow enough that I care? Do it in a... It's very slow. So I want to overclock it and do it in a large chemical reactor. I'm gonna put ULV input buses. Into AE2. And outputs. Do I have any 116 expert packs? I mean, I don't know of any that have caught my eye anyways. Can we make those? We cannot. We have an 8, right? We do not have an assembler 8? Okay. Then wrench it is. Yeah, all the 116 packs I've played so far have been like, there's cool parts to it. Like there's, you know, create. There's create. That's the end of the cool parts. Probably turn on substitutions. And then, like, I guess mechanism's alright. And then there's like a bunch of unfinished mods. There's create, mechanism, and a bunch of unfinished mods. And that's not very fun to play create, mechanism, and a bunch of unfinished mods. And yeah, create, I think I might only like because I haven't used it too much yet. It's novel. I'm yet to determine whether or not I think it's good. Somebody, once we get the next tier circuits, has to upgrade all the patterns. Alright, so it was that. I need a fluid hatch. Grab this fluid. It was this fluid, right? Yeah. And then what does this output? Item output and fluid output. Go. Item output. Fluid output. Notably, that is not where the controller of a LCR goes. And I need to make more of these. Okay, that's solid steel in PTFE. In fact, I think I have a fluid assembler on 6, right? I do. Wow. Probably encode the recipe on the right terminal, though. Let's see. Did I make this? No. What is your circuit? Oh, you're also 6. Would you look at that? There we go. I'm sure there'll eventually come a time when there's enough, well, okay, maybe not exactly on 1.16, but there'll come a time when a future version of Minecraft has enough good mods to make a good mod pack out of it. Oh, it's... Huh. Aren't those on the same assembler? They are. How is it able to craft on the same assembler if they all use fluids? Dual 4, dual 6. Oh, so it's non-atomic. The bus is willing to push the items without pushing the fluids. Does it have an atomic setting? No? Okay. I wonder if that'll cause problems. Probably not. I guess in the vast majority of cases, this is unlikely to cause a problem. Alright then, fine by me. Heating coil. What? And running. Oh. Overclocks are really good when they're 4x speed overclocks. This is like a 60-second recipe. It's down to 4. Alright, palladium-rich ammonia. That's the one that's... Let's start with the one that is most easiest to handle, which I think are the items. Alright, this I think I can take advantage of the fact that I have a lot of sift. What about this? Can I just make a multi-block sifter? I can, right? Let's just make a single multi-block sifter for all Platline related sifting. I have 2 options. I can either make the multi-block, because this is pretty slow. I can make the multi-block, or I can loop it all back into ore processing sifters. Because ore processing has a lot of sifters available that aren't running most of the time. But I think those are liable to get backed up if stuff happens to be an ore proc at any given time. So let's make the multi-block. And we'll have it do all of all of the sifting work. Can you make that? You can. Poggers. Yeah, we'll have the multi-block do all of the sifting work for Platline. Oh, that's HSLA. This might be a bit more of a detour than I had in mind. We might be making an alloy blast furnace. How's that Platline coming? It's slowly. Wire mill. Assemblers. Oh boy. Uh-oh, Lumium. The projects get worse. We can make nano. These. I want you to use these. You know how to make 1x plat? Oh wow, you do. That's 2x tungsten. This is 1x tungsten. Can this be done in silicone rubber? It can. Okay. You don't have to upgrade to styrene butadiene yet. Is it possible to set up autocraft for the whole multi-block? Yeah, you can lie to it and tell it that, you know, I want the collection of blocks for the whole multi-block. But even then, like, there's, you know, how you have to pick energy hatch tier. You have to pick, like, your inputs, outputs. I don't think it makes that big a difference. Like, you could exclude all of those, but then you're going back through and picking your hatches anyways. Right. What is NOR? Do we have? Are we doing our cutting on demand? It looks like it. We can do glowstone dope wafer in pink lens. This is only pink lens, which means only pink dye. Which means pink dye, salt, and sulfuric acid in a chemical reactor. Why is dye so difficult? Well, can these hold acids? These can hold acids. Chemical reactor that is not in use. On-demand like manual use chemical reactors get very jammed. Now, what do I do with this pink dye? I chem bath a lens in it, and a lens of any a glass lens of any description. Here, I'll start with the white lens. How long does this take? 60 seconds? Probably 1 overclock, maybe 2 overclocks? Okay, that's not how I do this. Has to be HV or better chemical bath. It's regular pipe, right? I think this detour might take a couple hours. Because we haven't even started the hard part of the detour yet, which I think is HSLA and... I mean, Lumium's not that hard, but I think HSLA we have to alloy blast. I didn't even look. I mean, we don't need a ton of it. Time is fine. The good, like, it takes a long time, but we also get, I mean, I guess we only get 4 ingots out of it. Also, this alloy blast furnace gets to overclock. So, it's so much better than the GTNH alloy blast furnace. Well, it gets a perfect overclock, rather. Whereas the GTNH one only gets to regular overclock. Pink lens, some wafers. And so, why don't we just cut these? I guess the CPUs have used. But these we may as well just cut, right? Oh, I guess nanos become qubits too. Right. We're up here now. Cutting machine. Also, no way to queue work for it. But yes, it is what it is. Where is my precision laser engraver? Do this. How long does it take you to cut? You are done cutting those. Cut these next. And I guess that's as much cutting as we'll be able to queue. That's not even true. I want to cut these as soon as they're done. Do we have our old cutting machine? We just add another one. Time in a bottle. Time in a bottle seems like it doesn't work. It wouldn't work very well with Greg Tech machines. Okay, so that's done. That's done. One X tungsten wire. 2X tungsten wire. NORs are still cutting. Wire mill makes the 1X. Did I hit the save button? No. Wrapped it into the 2X. Excuse me, interface. You need to have more slots. NORs are cutting. Very good. Let's do... Which one do we want to do first, Lumium or HSLA? If we're doing Lumium, we may as well do Signalum with it. Let's do that first, I guess. No, HSLA is more interesting, though. I mean, we have to do them both. It doesn't really matter. Do I have a coin? Want to buy coin. I will flip a coin IRL. I don't have a coin in my wallet. Hey Google, flip a coin. If it's heads, we do HSLA. It's heads. Alright, so that requires the alloy blast furnace. I saw the request for that. Used in build. Oh wait, HSLA is used to make the alloy blast furnace. Maybe we don't need the alloy blast furnace for HSLA. Can we blast the dust? Or we can mix the dust. Okay. Easy. Invar, vanadium, titanium, molybdenum. Invar. Two Invar, one vanadium. Two Invar. One vanadium. Yeah, we got away easy this time, I think. One titanium, one molybdenum. One molybdenum. Do we have titanium dust? Well, for now we grind down titanium to make titanium dust. I think eventually something will byproduct this. What byproducts this? Maybe nothing byproducts this. I saw that there was, like, the slurry processing has a small chance to byproduct tiny piles, but at that point I think I'm willing to just macerate to turn our titanium ingots back into titanium dust. Are there small piles from anything? Nope. So unless there's a hidden thing in the macerators page. It doesn't look like it though. Alright, I guess we'll forever make our titanium this way. HSLA needs a HV mixer. Good thing we have one of those on circuit 1. Two Invar, vanadium, titanium, molybdenum. Two Invar, vanadium, Aluminum, titanium. Oh, you are running. You're just slow. And then this just blast furnace, I assume? Blast furnace 2 is in nitrogen and it's like giga fast. IV, helium, nitrogen, deuterium, oxygen. This blast furnace just has everything. Is that quad input? No. Where's the fluid input? There's 2 quad fluid inputs. Wow. The blast furnace that does everything. Alright, and then I just need to turn you into plates. Well, I guess we're doing lumium and signalum next, because that's all that's left. We could already on-demand craft lumium dust, although I think we'll want to passive it. What tier? Primal mana. This rabbit hole's gonna be a bit... I need to stretch. I hate to break it to you, the Platline's not getting done today. We could make a small batch by hand and then make the rest in an alloy blast furnace, I guess. Is it bigger? Is it better yield? Four, two, two, one makes that's 5. That's 4. It's 4, 2, 2, 1 makes 4. So no, it's the same yield. So that's like it just skips the mixing step, right? Oh. Why is that time so long? Why is that time so long at such a high temperature? Hold on. It's the same, that's just the same number times 4, right? Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Okay, we're not making those. No! Alright, well, they're tungsten steel for both. So I'm gonna need at least... I guess we can make a double blast furnace for each. A double blast, so it's 16 for the first, 10 for each subsequent one. We're going to need 4 blast furnaces total. So that's 16 plus 3 times 10. 16 plus 30, 46. 48's close enough. Okay. Why do you need these? Vanadium steel to make the foils, nichrome to make the fluids. C. I see. Imagine a world in which my mixers weren't all in use. What number do you think nichrome is? 2, apparently. Alright, and I need another mixer to make vanadium steel. Oh wait, we have vanadium steel. Perfect. We just have to add the recipe to turn them into plates. Alright, so 48 was close enough, and I just need to blast that nichrome. I can do that. Where's my nichrome dust? Is it auto getting processed? Ultimate Cantho nichrome. It is, but it's also in queue behind all that HSLA. I already have enough HSLA, right? I can prioritize nichrome over it. What is it? 5 seconds? Oh, I guess it's the same time for each. Or maybe it was already on the nichrome. I don't know. Blasting something. I guess I could start the LA Blast Furnace while we wait. I don't want to make the LA. I'm trying to avoid making the LA Blast Furnace here. Not that I don't want one, just I need less rabbit holes, not more. Meanwhile, we need to also make Primal Mana, Energized Clathrate, Luminescence. These are all just more mixer recipes, that's fine. Destabilized Clathrate. Yep. Those things. I'm not even going to look at that one yet. Let's start with the easy ones. Nether Quartz. That one's easy. This one's easy. Ooh, this needs a lot of phosphoric acid. That one's not easy. Which form of phosphorus do we have? We have pentoxide and tricalcium phosphate. Which this I could throw in ore proc because it gives more. It gives various things. Let's throw that into ore proc. Also, we have apatite, right? Which can also is a phosphorus bearing substance. Yeah, I'm gonna throw both of these into ore proc. Are these all full? Good thing I have a spare interface on me. I'll just let you process into whatever the heck you process into. Alright. Phosphoric acid. This we will make via probably this recipe. Although this recipe is also legitimate. Can we turn apatite into... We can turn it into phosphorus. And we get some chlorine out of it. Gypsum, but this consumes a lot of sulfuric acid. I guess I can... We have... I mean, we're going to end up with tons of apatite too. Maybe we do both. Because we need a lot of phosphoric acid, right? Like, luminescence isn't something you use a little bit of. I forget why we needed so much of it. Was it just to make endstone? No way, right? To make nether stars? Was it all just for sedalum and lumium? Well, I remember even just in base Nami, we needed like boatloads of luminescence. I mean, yeah, the extended crafting tables need some, but like those you only craft once, right? Like once you craft a table, you can dupe them. I assume it applies to all of these. So, like you only have to craft it once, and it's not that bad. Like it's bad, but it's not that bad. Are these components used up? Oh, they're used up in empowers? Maybe that was why we needed so many of them, because they get used up to empower blocks. Okay, well, in any event, we're going to need like the world's biggest supply of luminescence. So we're going to need the world's biggest supply of phosphoric acid. So let's start by using our pentoxide, but be ready and expect that we'll have to use our apatite as well. Mostly because this recipe is just like, it's stupid fast, and it just inputs water. In fact, this recipe is like so stupid fast that I think I'm willing to do it in a regular chemical reactor. We don't even need to break out the large chemical reactor for this. Has Kevin built extras though? He has. Let's just make sure everything remains chunk loaded. Alright, so what is this recipe? If we do it in a standard chemical reactor, it takes 2 seconds to make 4 buckets at LV. If we do it at HV, that's like 5 ticks. But if we do it in a large chemical reactor, it takes 3 ticks or less. Alright, fine. We need a input hatch. Energy input. They go on the second layer. Infinite water source. Wait, this water cover is like going to be too slow, I think. Can I make a second one? No. Why does this use a hammer? What step in here uses a hammer? I guess? Right, because this thing consumes 6 buckets every 3 ticks. I refuse to get the tools out. But, like, honestly, getting the tools out helps very, very little and requires me to add like 7 extra machines to handle all the different things the tools do. It's so not worth it from a time perspective. Double the infinite water. If infinity is not enough, you make 2x infinity. Input bus. An interface for phosphorus pentoxide. An output plus. Well, this is an infinite to the infinite. That's maybe a different number? This is 2 times infinity. 2 times infinity is the exact same number. From a mathematical standpoint. Anyways. I'm not sure if you were to raise its power, if it remains the same number. My math is not that strong. Plug it in. This where and give it power. Is HV enough? Oh no, we were just talking about how this is a 3-tick recipe. Yes, HV is enough, Jimmy. That is not an energy converter. Do the thing. Water, phosphorus pentoxide, phosphoric acid. Water, phosphorus pentoxide. I assume you are at powered. Oh, that's an output bus. Whoops. Input hatch. Oh, it's only 2 ticks. Really? How is it able to do a 480 EU a tick recipe in 2 ticks? I thought, or I mean, do the rest. Right? The total energy is 1200. 1200 divided by 480 is greater than 2. Anyways, it's limited by how fast we can jam phosphorus pentoxide in there. Well, we're out of phosphorus pentoxide, so that's all we're getting. At least that's all we're getting out of this method. What was the other one? Apatite, sulfuric acid, and water. But the gypsum we can electrolyze to get some of the sulfur back. If we care. There we go. Okay. So that's phosphoric acid. And it's definitely, the machine is fast enough, but the inputs are not sufficient to meet long-term demand. But I think it's enough to meet short-term demand. Phosphoric acid from phosphorus pentoxide. I feel like I have an extra H in one of those. Is that true? No, they're both pHs. Did I spell everything right? That'd be impressive. PHORUS. Oh, I have an extra O. A shame. Have I ever played Satisfactory? I have not, actually. I've watched, like, some. But I, generally speaking, do not play early access games. Kind of just I dislike early access as a concept, and thus will not play early access games. Alright, the other two I need are chemical reactors to make destabilized clathrate and energized clathrate. Both of these require nether quartz. Do I need to make a giga nether quartz maker? Maybe not yet. We can electrolyze glass into it. I think we have it. Let's just see. What's our quartz? Oh, we do. We don't have nearly enough nether quartz. What is the LUV? Isn't... Oh no, the IV one is tungsten steel. The LUV one is although is this lumium dust? How do I make this? This is lumium dust, not lumium ingot. VPM one? Huh, maybe the... Does it get used significantly less in hard mode or in CEu than in base Nami? Like, lumium, signalum, and inderium get used in tremendous quantities in base Nami. So I think they were just a machine casing material, among other things. As we just look at... Oh, lumium goes into the microminer. I think signalum does the same thing, doesn't it? There's a signalum microminer? Yeah. Among other things. They make their wires, their cables. I don't think we can get away with on-demanding these, especially with their giga-long cook times. 400 plus seconds an ingot. Yeah, I'll stay the course on this one. Alright. So I was going to make a nether quartz maker. This is made by electrolyzing glass. In fact, I can just pin this recipe. Glass is made by arc furnacing. Oh, it's so fast. Sand. And this is made by forge hammering. Alright. We will add a mini processing line for mega glass. We need probably cobble gen. I think this is the most efficient cobble gen. Probably don't have to go up to the highest tier. We have a cobbleworks, it's just not a very fast cobbleworks. It's not just not fast, it is actively slow. I'll settle for this tier. I need lava and water buckets. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Glad my nether home is above the ceiling. It's a convenient thing that there's a hole all the way down through the nether, created for free. Oh, that's problematic. Courtesy of the miner. Alright. How many people? We have up to 4. Although at the moment it's only the 2 of us. I will take 16. Yeah, there's no way we're processing more than 16 a second, right? Even at HV. Any more than that, we have to start breaking out the processing arrays. All right, so it's cobble to gravel, gravel to sand in 4 chambers. What tier was that? Probably don't need an EV arc furnace. Actually, what step is slower? This is a half-second LV recipe. This is a 1-second LV. Okay, so the arc furnace is actually 1 tier slower. Which means if I make the arc furnace 1 tier higher, it keeps up. Although, is there any point making glass that fast? How long does it take to electrolyze the glass? That's 5 seconds at LV. Oh, but it does 4. Okay. So the electrolyzer, or the arc furnace, produces 2 per 1. Which means that it takes 2 runs of the electrolyzer, or 2 runs of the arc furnace to feed 1 recipe. So we can effectively divide this recipe time by 2. We'll treat this as a 2.5-second recipe. And our arc furnace is 1 tier higher, so it's an extra overclock. So we'll wait. Well, this is half-second. This is 1 second, but we're overclocking extra time, so it's half-second. So I need 5 electrolyzers to keep up. Is that how math works? 5 HV? Two forge hammers. Arc furnace. Or oxygen supply keep up? I don't know. I need a EV 1 amp. HV 4 amp to power the 2 forge hammers. And a HV 8 amp to power the 8 electrolyzers. Wait, no, the 5 electrolyzers. Is the electrolysis recipe? It's 20, which means that I can run 5 of them off of 4 amp one, actually. So I have 2 of those and 1 of these. Alright, that ought to do it. Put you right here. So, cobble generator powers forge hammer, powers forge hammer. Goes to arc furnace. With oxygen. We have so many incidental oxygen sources that I think this will be okay. Goes to 5 electrolyzers. Alright, so this is HV. You are EV. You are HV. You can power anything with Numis on normal mode. You can power everything off Numis even. Let's make some more of those. Here, we'll connect this way. Yeah, ZP, I mean, that's about the point where Numis start to maybe be pushing it. Once you get fusion, I think Numis are perhaps it is time to put them out to pasture, so to speak. How fast are you? Wait. Oh, I didn't put glass in you. Let me get some channels. Oh, I have to actually I have to actually pump the oxygen. This might need an HV pump. So it's 2 ticks, so it's 1 item a tick. That's probably enough to justify 4 stacks a second, sure. Our good friends, the Greg Tech pipe. Now, once these all fill up, the output will be slow enough that we can just use item conduits. Basic roar. This is when I wish I had an axe. Here's my copy paste gadget. Perfect. So they should all be running, and this top one should not be net filling up. Top one sure looks like it's net filling up, doesn't it? Do I need more electrolyzers? I appear to have been off by more than a little bit. Alright, how many can I fit on this line without having to upgrade energy? 4 times 512 divided by 320. 4 times 512 divided by 320 is 6.4. I can fit 1 more. I'm willing to bet I'm off by a factor of 2 somewhere. Where I made my factor of 2 error, I'm not quite sure. But I'm willing to bet it was a factor of 2 error. And item conduit. Alright. That makes a lot of nether quartz. And since this is literally free, let's just load it up. Why aren't we making the higher tier drawer upgrades anyways? What was keeping us from making these? Vibrant? Oh, we can do that now. There is now nothing keeping us from doing that. Let's go upgrade those storage upgrades. In fact, do we have downgrades in here too? We do. Wait. That's not the one I wanted. Want this one. Huzzah. I think they hold 7, right? What was it? How many stacks you hold? 7,000 stacks. You know, if I want to go through this much trouble, I may as well have used the super chest. Oh well. Is it worth using antimony for element fluid? The fluoroantimonic acid? I think so. It's more fluorine efficient and more pulsating dust efficient? Yeah, I think so. We have 8,000 plus antimony. And this route only has to get us to tier 4.5 microminer, right? I don't know how far away that is, but and I think there's also stibnite ore from one of the microminer missions. No, there isn't. Do we mostly get this out of? Stibnite, oh, we get it out of... No, we don't get it out of tetrahedrite, because, well, we don't really get it out of tetrahedrite. For Ender Pearl, I think it's better to compress Ender Pearl dust. Because I have a mixer that's making Ender Pearl dust up to a limit already. In fact, I can probably put an extra 0 on that limit now. So all we need is TNT and an implosion compressor, as opposed to growing it. Because growing it's super slow. In the Fido. So I think we can just implode it, but we have to make TNT for that. Well, like it's only like 2 steps further than what we already have. Our toluene production now at least slightly exceeds Hog's needs. So any of that excess can get gelled. Oh yeah, we have like full tanks of toluene sitting around. I think it more than slightly exceeds Hog's needs. Alright, anyways, quartz. That is being produced very quickly. Good. So this requires us to melt redstone and glowstone. Okay. this and that. They just come from extractoring it, right? Yeah. Are these used in other things? In any meaningful amount? Yeah, molten redstone is. Okay, I don't know about that one. But flux crystals are used a lot. And this is used in nano CPUs. And this, we need a lot of these, right? Yeah, because they go into warp engines. So I guess we will just have a... How long does it take to extract? Pretty quick. I'll just have one each for now. We'll probably have to swap that out for like a processing array later or something. In fact, how much redstone and glowstone do I have? 33k, 14k. That's a lot, but not infinite. A large but decidedly finite number. That's so decidedly finite that I think I'm going to... What are they're called drums, right? The rectech drums? Yeah. Do I have an assembler on 2? Hey, we do. Here, we'll make stainless. Whoops. Where do we get beryllium? I think ores. We have another source of it. I know beryllium ore. And we later get more beryllium ore from one of the microminers. It's a microminer we run a lot, because it's the one that has uraninite and sphalerite in it. Oh wow, they really turned down the amount of osmiridium you get from it. Oh, but that microminer just also just straight up gives us ender pearls. Well, yeah, I think if we have to, we just drop a miner on a beryllium vein. Oh, maybe that was because maybe that was tier. Maybe it's the next tier microminer that gives you a lot of osmiridium. This one only gives you a little bit. No, this one doesn't give you... Oh no, this one gives you some. I still feel like these numbers are lower than I'm used to them being. But maybe not. It's been a long time since I played Nami. B. There's no B's here, buddy. This is a B-free pack. No B's is good news. I wonder, can we make the mining rig yet? That's drilling. What's it even called? Basic or drilling plant. IV components. Nope, we cannot make that until we get Tier 4.5 microminer. Okay. HV4 amp. I think HV4 amp is the energy converter I've used the most so far. It's just the ideal size for a small project, or a small portion of a project. Let's see. This, or we can hide a little bit more here. So 2 extractors. Each one takes an item in as a fluid output, a fluid storage bus on each. One for glowstone, one for redstone. Plug that all in. Where do you go? This way or that way? This way. Oh, that's not. What? Okay. That was not the shortest route. Oh well. Conduits are cheap. You go. Let's even share the block space so it looks nicer. There we go. Okay. So you two make destabilized redstone and energized glowstone. Probably our only sources for it, so its priority doesn't matter, but now the cloth rates I will do in LCRs, I think. They both use nether quartz and one, so rate. I don't want to do both cloth rates in the same LCR. Both be HP energy. Is HP HP's fast enough for now? We don't need circuits, right? LV it is, I guess. Now, this would have been an okay time to block share them, but oh well. I guess I can arrange my slots a little differently. You two share fluids. No, it's not. It's the items that are shared, not the fluids. We'll put the items next to each other. The fluids not next to each other. Pluses. And energy hatches. What's that? Another 4 amp HV. Little duct tape fixes everything. All right, an item interface, 2 fluid interfaces. We have tons of this available to us. And we will use that in place of lapis plates. Lapis plate. I guess it does an or search of your words. I don't know if those are sensitive to being exactly lapis plate or not. But I'm pretty sure these will accept... Oh, this is exactly lapis plate. But you accept any, right? No, it's also exactly lapis plate. Oh dear. Where is all of our lapis? I thought these accepted any of the lapis-like materials. Yeah, I mean, even just a small amount of ore produces a lot of lapis once it processes. Actually, I'm willing to bet my miners are done. I scrounge together a little bit more. Oh, I need the fluid tanks. You. They're done. North of here. Done? Not done. Done? Done. Alright, we have to remember that 2 is the one that's not done. Actually, we can just do this. Claim chunks. Three is not done. And we can put these over lapis veins in the overworld. Wait, may as well go overworld then. Any lapis veins? Hey, that looks like a lapis vein. I guess we could just hit them both. 1, 2, 3 east. And facing east. 1, 2, 3 east. Enough. That's a little bit further east. Yeah, good enough. A miner here. Right, what was that other one? What is that? Oil sands. This one seemed like it overlaps with literally everything, right? I'm happy to get a little bit of literally everything. 3 north, 2, 3-ish east. 1, 2, 3 north. 1, 2, 3-ish east. Yeah, there's some of everything in here. If I put the miner here, it's good enough. It hits everything. Alright. They won't get to the lapis immediately, because lapis is at the bottom of the veins, but I'll hopefully get to it before we need too much more. Okay, so back to these. So use a full block item interface here because I have to. Jam it in there. Oh, you're not plugged in yet. That's okay. You can be redstone. I guess it doesn't matter which is which. Huh? I thought you were allowed to use. Why can I not use a ghost fluid? What? You can, but some don't work. Interesting. Is it just like these specifically? The ones in my recent, the second will work? Oh, there are 2 of them. What? What? Didn't I literally just try this one? Alright, whatever. How's Platline going? We've been distracted. We've barely begun, and we've been distracted. Why are you not running now? You have glowstone. Oh, I should probably connect you the rest of the way. Nether quartz glowstone. Oh, you didn't have nether quartz earlier, but now you do, right? Nether quartz, redstone, run. I didn't plug the power in. Always something. Hey, now you're running. Perfect. So that's the two forms of clathrates. Do I want to make the third clathrate while I'm at it? This requires resident ender, which requires me to extract ender pearls. I don't think I have enough of an ender pearl, a great ender pearl source yet that I want to do that. This is for Enderium. Yeah, we'll reserve the chemical reactor, but we won't do it yet. I hate plugging things in. Plugging things in is so much effort. Energized. Great. A stabilized third world country. And what's the last clathrate called? Resident clathrate. All right, I guess I could. It's not like it's not strictly the ender pearls that's the input. It's the resident ender, but like that's only made from ender pearls. And until I have, like, I have to add another melter and all that jazz too. I guess I can reserve space for the melter too. This space for melting ender pearls. Why is that in title case? It's captains. Not even title case. The 4 is capitalized. I don't know. Are we allowed to melt? Okay, yeah, we can melt at very low temperatures. Or very low, whatever, energy tiers. Okay, so that's all 3 clathrates. Or at least enough of all 3 clathrates. Luminescence is a mixer. That's a giga-fast mixer. Good thing I reserved that space, because I would have used it otherwise. How many of my amps am I using here? I have some amps left on this side. Yeah, LCRs will definitely be an all-star multi-block. Anything that goes in a chemical reactor that you ever need to overclock, like, if you ever are going to, unless it's giga fast to begin with, if you're going to overclock it more than just like once, I think it's worth going in an LCR. All right, so that's been the recipe. Redstone, glowstone, aluminum, phosphoric acid. So I need one of each of the interfaces. Pump. A robot arm. Robot arm. Robot arm, please. Keep exact. Why can't I drag? Oh, because you can't drag from that side. Import. I absolutely adore these Greg Tech covers. You know the like the thin transfer node from Extra Utilities? It's not even in the pack. I wish thin transfer nodes could be. That is a dual interface. I guess I don't need a dual interface. thin transfer nodes are like, I wish they could be more like the GregTech covers. Like in terms of role, they're the same. You know, they're an item movement thing, that item or fluid that goes between, like, on the side of a block that doesn't actually take up space. But then thin transfer nodes move stuff at the speed of molasses. And are, like, impossible to access their UIs easily. Oh, I guess I could have put them on the same, I could have just used a dual interface, huh? Oh no, because then I can't put the pump and the conveyor on the same. Wait, is there a pump there? There's not a pump there, right? I don't even know what you would call it. A pump and conveyor in one. GregTech, that's your next thing. Give me pump bears. Hide this, and I should configure you to actually give items though. Now this one I can configure through. No, I can't. I can kind of. Can only kind of configure this through fit pins. That's fast. Wrong wretch. Data model output. Alright, so that's luminescence. And I don't think I can put it off any further. I need to make primal mana, but I think Kevin's working on this. Maybe I'll set up the blast furnaces. Because he was asking about the fluoro... whatever acid. For elemental reduction fluid. Oh, I know. We can detour. And upgrade these coils. Remember those tungsten steel coils I didn't make earlier? Let's make them now. Okay, not that many. What are my crafting CPUs doing? What size are these? Why are they so small? How many of these could use a meaningful upgrade? 1, 2, 3, 4 of them? Go. And craft. Okay. Oh, and I put one of the crafting tasks on the only large crafting CPU I own. Can't do this yet, right? Yeah, because all the crafting CPUs are too small. You almost done yet? You are Wire milling. There's more wire milling tasks. Assembling, you're not even close to almost done. What can I do then? Don't need that pinned anymore. Alright, let's build our blast furnaces. So each of these will have their own mixer. But the dusts are also used, right? The dusts are used to make, like, further dusts. Can we make flux electrum the regular way? Or do we have to make it... No, we can blast furnace. Alright, so I need 2 blast furnaces, 1 for lumium, 1 for signalum. We'll have to add 1 for inderium. No, I need 4 blast furnaces. We're gonna do doubles. You done yet? Can't you be done already? You know, switching some of these to the new circuit would probably make them faster. I just really don't want to have to go through every recipe that uses a processor assembly. Alright, once the crafting queue clears, I'm going to upgrade people. Just the thought of upgrading all those recipes hurts my head. Can I order more now? Yeah, that's still too much. But I can order 64 at a time, and I'm gonna need a lot. How many do I need just for the coke ovens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 30 plus 6 times 2. 42 just for the coke oven, or the pyrolysis ovens, rather. I need 42 for that, and I need like another 40 something. Oh, it's the same number because pyrolysis ovens are just sideways blast furnaces. No, it's a little higher because I'm putting these blast furnaces side by side, not in a 2x2. Whatever, make another 48. That is the wire mill busy for the next infinity. I'm sorry, Kevin. Hey, Huck. I was just about to say, maybe I actually just stop early for tonight then. I'm starving. And we're at a waiting step. Oh, I could start on the alloy blast furnace. What are these things? These are just things we have to blast. All right, let's at least get them. Let's at least get the dust started. Tantalum. I don't have carbon. I don't have much tantalum. I have a lot of this tantalite, but it's like non-trivial to process it down. All right, this goes in a mixer. On 1. Probably HV or better. Probably EV or better. That sure looks like an EV mixer to me. Oh, I can't make an EV mixer because this is just going to put it on the wire mill. The same wire mill that I just put a 70,000 hour task onto. I guess that means we are not queuing the tasks. Unless we just have an on-demand EV mixer. Oh, would you look at that? We do. It's even circuit 1. I'll get some of that queued up. And I just want to get it queued here as well. We don't need you to do vibrant anymore. Alright, so that's tantalum carbide, titanium carbide. Is blast the dust. Is titanium carbon. Not terribly surprising. Do we have an on-demand macerator? Macer. There's advanced macerator too, but I feel like, oh, there's this one. Which I assume works. That's macerator. This mixer. Uh-oh, not many patterns left. Macerate. Mix, is it also on 1? If it isn't, we're in trouble. Good. Let's also get substacks of that started. That is already in the machine, so I can cancel the task. And free up the crafting CPU. Explosions. I love explosions. Blast that when you get it. And what is the last one? Molybdenum disilicate. Molib. We have tons of moly. That's good. You don't want to be running out of moly on the streets. Molybdenum disilicate. Moly. Alright, now I'm out of CPUs again. Can't cancel any of these. We don't just have another CPU laying around, do we? Nope. I guess I have to wait until one of the tasks has progressed far and oh, there's a slot. Yoink. And schedule you for blasting. Alright, so all this stuff will eventually get blast furnaced. I didn't know if you use a wrench like that, it made the sound. Okay, that'll be it for me tonight though. We'll be back to finish Platline next time. I'm not 100% sure we'll be finishing it, but we'll be continuing Platline next time. The Platline struggle continues. Alright, good night everyone. Bye-bye.